Well, tonight is game number 146. Game one of this season for the Rockies began right there in downtown Phoenix at Chase Field when the Rockies moved from their spring training complex in Scottsdale, as did the Diamondbacks, to begin the regular season. And tonight is the 19th and final matchup. And through the first 18, the Rockies have 9 victories and the Diamondbacks have 9 victories. So this is for all the marbles. The 1-0 is pulled to deep right, and it's going to hook foul off the bat of Charlie Blackmon. Ruby De La Rosa is on the hill for Arizona, and here's the Southwest batting order tonight for Walt Weiss. You know, the 4 up front, that doesn't change much. It's Blackmon, LeMahieu, Arenado, and Cargo. Mark Reynolds will bat 5th this evening. And then Gerardo Parra making his first start in a week. He's been nursing a hamstring injury. Tom Murphy's behind the plate. He will bat 7th. Daniel Descalso will bat 8th. And Jeff Hoffman 9th. Ruby De La Rosa had his season interrupted in late May, and he was out for almost 3 months with right elbow inflammation. He is on a significant pitch count tonight, somewhere around 60 pitches. And then he'll give way to Braden Shipley.
Yeah, that's because he only threw 43 pitches in his first start against San Francisco coming back. Fastball, slider, changeup. Changeup is a very good pitch for Ruby, as is the slider. So 60, maybe 65, but I would suggest it'd be more than 60. And if they have to err on a side, it'll be even into the 50s, because they're not going to try to push this guy.
No, not after what he was dealing with the elbow. They hope by the end of the season they're going to keep piggybacking he and Shipley, and by the end of the year they hope he gets to around 70 pitches. That's fouled off. He's got a big arm. He's a big-time talent. He's originally signed by the Dodgers, and he's had quite a few positive moments against the Rockies, including back in May when he limited the Rockies to a run in 7 1/3, and that came at Coors Field. So this is a very talented arm.
And you see the numbers there for Ruby. Also, guys are just hitting .214 against him in his career.
And a broken bat. Roller's foul.
Charlie just might elevate his pitch count in this at bat.
He's done that before. Charlie hitting .355 against Arizona this year, including 4 home runs, one of which came last night, his 26th of the year. The Rockies got off to a fabulous start yesterday, 3-0 before Arizona came to bat. The problem was Arizona, they've had their hitting shoes on. They scored 4 in the bottom of the first against Jorge De La Rosa.
7th pitch coming up.
And there is no relation between Ruby and Jorge. Here's the 2-2. That's outside. Ruby's from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. In fact, he grew up in the same neighborhood as Wellington Castillo. Now, Wellington's not catching him tonight. It's Tuffy Goswich tonight. 3-2. And that ball's pulled to deep right. Stay fair. It's gone. It is a fair ball. Another home run, Charlie Blackmon. Unbelievable the kind of year he's having.
That's now 4 home runs in the last 6 ball games for Chuck Nasty. Wow.
27 home runs for Blackmon. And the Rockies take a 1-0 lead.
And 73 RBIs and another leadoff home run for Charlie. Gets the hanging slider. And it was just a matter of, is it going to stay fair? Is it going to stay on the right side of the foul pole? And it did. Just some empty seats down the right field line.
He's getting a standing ovation in his own dugout. LeMahieu takes a strike.
It's 21 times now in Charlie's career he's led off a game with the home run.
And 9 of those times this year. The major league record in a single season is 13. Set by Alfonso Soriano in 03 when he still played with the Yankees.
Take a peek on the Subaru Supermo with this slider. He waits back, belt high, hanger. But Charlie, I mean, we talk about hanging pitches a lot, but you still have to hit them. And Charlie waited back and had a nice finish to get to that baseball.
2 strikes on DJ. And DJ smokes one to right. And another base hit for LeMahieu. He's reached in 31 consecutive ball games. He's hit well over 400 over his last 31 games.
Now that's 175 hits on the year for DJ. Thought for a moment that Paul Goldschmidt might be able to snag that.
Just a joy to watch.
He's so much
just
fun.
An absolute joy to watch him play, watch Charlie play. And here's another guy that's fun to watch, Nolan Arenado. Nolan at 293, 37 home runs. He's driven in a major league best 121. He looks at a fastball up and in, ball one. Nolan, good numbers against De La Rosa, 3 of 9, including a couple of home runs. Home run and a single to begin the game for the Rockies. After last night they went walk, double, triple, RBI ground out, scored 3 in the first frame. Ball and a strike. .91 degrees. Each day it's gotten a little cooler this time of day. The roof is open. Another pretty night here in the Valley of the Sun.
And the panels are open in center field. Just a really pleasant evening.
Try to bust him in again. 2-1. There are those numbers we were talking about.
You keep trying to bust Nolan in, he'll bust it over the wall.
Well, to me, you got to show in off the plate and work away.
It's like a lot of the great hitters. That's what you have to do. Keep them guessing inside, but you can't live in there.
He's burned a lot of people who try to beat him inside. Nolan hit 42 home runs last year. 17 games left in the Rockies season, including tonight. Two and 2. Rockies will head home after the ball game. Tomorrow is a day off. Then the Padres are in over the weekend, and then the St. Louis Cardinals Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday before the Rockies will play 4 in LA in their final road trip and 3 in San Francisco. The final 3 games will be at home against the Brewers. And Nolan is gone. First out of this first inning. That'll bring up Carlos Gonzalez. Let's take a look at the Arizona alignment defensively. Socrates Brito's getting a start. He's in center field. Drury and Tomas flank him. Lamb, Owings, Segura, and Goldschmidt in the infield. 19 errors this year for Jake Lamb. And Tuffy Gozwich is behind the plate.
They put the shift on for Cargo immediately. They don't wait for a couple strikes. They just threw it right out there.
Fastball's outside at 95, ball one. Cargo had 4 hits on Monday, including 3 doubles. Second time in his career he's produced 3 doubles in a ball game.
There's 38 doubles on the season. That's tied for 4th in the National League.
Cargo takes a look at that. It's outside. Cargo 4 for 13 with a home run lifetime against Ruby De La Rosa. And that's outside. So De La Rosa trying to stay away from Cargo. Mark Reynolds hitting in the 5 spot. He's on deck.
Charlie's giving a scouting report right now on the bench to guys that are going up there at the bat rack. And while his fastball has a little bit of tail on it, Saw the slider I hit out, didn't see a changeup.
3-0. And a 4-pitch walk to Cargo. So with 1 out, LeMahieu's at second, Cargo at first, Mark Reynolds coming up. How about the dynamic duo really against everybody? I mean, Blackmon and DJ LeMahieu have had fantastic seasons. And against Arizona in particular, 355 for Charlie, 5 home runs now. DJ 343. He's hit 3 home runs.
We didn't have enough room to put Cargo on there because it had taken up the whole screen.
Yeah.
What these guys have done against Arizona this year.
Mark Reynolds. Big hit Sunday in San Diego in the 10th inning, a home run. As the Rockies would beat the Padres 3-2, split the 4-game set out west.
Little 2-strike slider that he hit out to left field on it's a very controlled swing.
Big gap in right center field. Yeah, Mark thought that was inside. The reason hitters get so frustrated, you're talking about a 2-0 count where you completely control the at bat versus 1-1. Home plate umpires Manny Gonzalez tonight. Two and 1.
But now you feel like I'm back now though. After that call, then the next pitch is a ball. 2-1. I'm still sitting in a much better spot as a hitter, at least psychologically. You just okay. Even with that one that was borderline, I'm still the guy.
De La Rosa only going to go somewhere around 60 pitches, and he's got 23 right now. Here comes number 24. 2 and 1. He stayed away from the fastball.
That one was right up and in on the Subaru strike zone. Trouble getting on the same page, and De La Rosa only has 3 pitches: fastball, slider, changeup. They couldn't figure out what they wanted to throw.
This ball's line foul.
A lot more sliders tonight from De La Rosa that haven't had any bite to him.
Yeah, he hasn't thrown a fastball yet to Reynolds. And already Randall Delgado is up.
And it could be a case too where they don't want him to go out, and I mean Ruby De La Rosa, where he goes out those 35, 37 pitches the first inning after coming off of missing so many days and games with a right elbow inflammation.
Two and a ground ball to Goldschmidt, and no throw to first. Owings kind of wheeled around to make sure that LeMahieu didn't take too wide a turn at third. An old ploy by shortstops. I know you did that a bunch.
Once in a while you'd get somebody that went around third too far, and then you'd throw behind them. They'd slip and fall down, or couldn't get back to the bag. Every shortstop, you work on that play during infield outfield practice.
So Gerardo Parra, the former Arizona Diamondback, making his first appearance in a week.
Yeah, he stretched for that ball at home while he's playing first base and strained his right hamstring.
One ball, no strikes on Gerardo. LeMahieu at third, Reynolds at first. A run in on the Blackmon home run. Two and 0.
The Rockies have already done something to De La Rosa that hadn't happened to him all year long. They scored a run in the first inning. Coming into the game, guys were just 5 for 32 off of De La Rosa in the first inning. Charlie changed that one. First time he stepped in the box.
(2-0) for Parra, and it's 3-0. Gerardo doesn't work himself into many 3-0 counts. Being cautious here. Tom Murphy's on deck. I just think because Parra's been out, probably take a strike, Huey.
Oh yes, I think so. Just to see some pitches. You figure you're going to get the same pitch. Everything has been away to the left-handers on the Subaru strike zone except for that hanging slider that he threw to Charlie. Think about how he tried to pitch to Cargo. So Gerardo has to think the same way.
3-1, and that's off the plate. Good eye from Gerardo, and now the bases are loaded for Tom Murphy. Fans, if the Rockies score 7 runs or more, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations between 4 and 6 the following day. Get your Rockies taco special. Live Moss at Taco Bell. This is Chip Hale coming out. Was it how you doing? Are you good?
He asked how you doing. I mean, that was the first thing he asked.
And then he asked Tuffy also what he thinks. And I like that Chip Hale came out. It's his club. This is his guy. He's going to be careful with him. And rather than the information relayed, he wanted to look him in the eye. And we've seen Walt do that on occasion.
Well, and also just to make sure that, you know, Ruby wasn't doing something that was going to hurt the arm again.
So Tom Murphy with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
That was an
inadvertent deke.
Yeah, that wasn't a deke. It wasn't. I'm going to try to see if I can get that runner at third. Tuffy honestly thought he didn't catch this ball.
And the reason is he caught it in the pocket, in the webbing, not the pocket.
I'm going to tell you right now,
you don't feel it.
He's going to get wore out in the dugout this next step as soon as he goes back there. Guys are going to be all over him.
Murphy with big time pop. Here's the 1-0. And now it's 2-0.
If Murphy reaches, this will be, I think it'll be Ruby's last hitter.
I don't think there's any question, because his health is paramount right now to the Diamondbacks, and the way he's scuffling, just his second appearance since coming off the DL. You're not going to push to the edge of the envelope. You just look at Chip Hale and see how concerned he is.
Sure.
And it's not, well, I'm concerned that the bases are loaded. We've seen that throughout the year between these two clubs.
Seen it a number of times just in the last 2 nights.
2-1.
Tom might have helped him out on that fastball.
Yeah, he absolutely did.
Way inside on the Subaru strike zone.
Easy to play the game
No,
up here.
It is. Because you're thinking, wow, one swing of the bat, I put 4 runs up here. And then that ball has a little run on it coming in underneath your hands.
The pitch he's been most comfortable with is the slider. 2-2. And it was a fastball at 95. Good job by Murphy. Seen 3 different catchers here in the month of September. Nick Hundley naturally, Tony Walters, and Tom Murphy. Thirty-seventh pitch.
That's kept. Ooh, that was a
What
foul
did that
ball.
hit?
I thought for a moment it was catcher's interference, just the way it sounded.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what that hit to make it a foul ball. Must have hit.
Oh, it went off the shin guard.
Yeah.
That's where that was, that extra sound that we heard.
Good eye, and now it's full. 3-2.
38 pitches. 20 minutes into this first half inning. And we're not done yet. You get a base hit, gapper, 3 runs.
Three-two, and he got him on a breaking ball. Well, the Rockies get a run on the Blackmon home run. They leave the bases loaded in the first. A boatload of pitches from Ruby De La Rosa. The Rockies, it'll be Jeff Hoffman on the mound. Here's the Southwest batting order for Chip Hale. Chris Owings will bat second. Paul Goldschmidt in his customary spot in the 3-hole. Jake Lamb tonight's the cleanup man. Yasmani Tomas has had an unbelievable series. 7 hits the last 2 ball games. Brandon Drury's hit a home run in each of the 2 games as well. Socrates, Brito, Tuffy Gozwich, and Ruby De La Rosa maybe. After that first inning, we don't know how long De La Rosa will be around. Hoffman making his 5th start, looking for his first big league victory.
Last start against San Diego, gave up a hit to the very first batter, but then retired the side in the second, and then it was the 3rd inning where the 7 runs came in, all of them unearned. Jeff's looking to go deep into this game. Fastball, changeup, curveball, slider. Probably haven't seen the consistent curveball, more of the consistent slider from Jeff.
Well, the thing that you have to track at home, and we'll track it for you actually, is how often he is ahead. And it's not just 0-1, it's staying out of 2-0 counts. So if you miss 1-0, and this is something that Steve Foster and Darren Holmes preach, you got to get back to even, and then you build from there. So he's back to even 1-1. Let's see what happens on this pitch. This ball's a breaking ball left up, and it's swatted to deep left center field, and it is gone. We have a tie game. Gene Segura, who hit 2 home runs last night, got a hanging breaking ball, and just like that, he does what Charlie Blackmon did. He hits a home run out of the top spot in the lineup.
15th home run of the season for Gene. His career high prior to this year was 12 home runs with Milwaukee back in 2013. If there's any doubt about Gene Segura and his power, it's been answered the last few days.
It's a bad curveball, though. I mean,
it is a bad curveball. It's a hanger. This is like the slider that was hung to Charlie in the first inning.
That's a better curveball on the outside corner for a strike. It had some bite to it.
Now that's 5 games now in 5 starts for Jeff that he's given up a home run.
Got to move on. Chris Owings, and that's a line drive right at Descalso. Goldschmidt will come up with the run in and 1 out. Rockies with the gloves. Descalso getting to start at short. Parr is at left. Blackmon in center. Cargo is in right. Tom Murphy's doing the catching tonight. And that's on the inside corner, a strike at 95. And that's hit really hard, and DJ makes the catch.
Couple line drives off the bat of the Diamondbacks. This one was hit harder than Chris Owings. DJ leans to his left. Had to go parallel to the ground to make the play.
Everything you do at this level, I've heard coaches say this, I've heard players say this many times, provides information.
Yes.
How you change your approach based on the information you're receiving, how you adjust your approach, ultimately will determine what kind of player you will be at this level.
The success you will have certainly is determined by adjustments, because this game always forces you to make adjustments.
2 really good curveballs to begin the at bat to Lamb. 1 called to strike, 1 not called to strike. Here's the 1-1. Looks like they're trying to establish that curveball more early in this ball game. Tom Murphy caught Hoffman in AAA at times. Good pitch.
Well, Jeff had 22 starts in Albuquerque this year. He was 6-9 with the .402. But he only made 42 minor league starts in his career. That's how fast he's come along and the jumps that he's made.
Well, the first half of the year, he had fabulous numbers in Albuquerque. 3-2. See if they go curveball here. He showed the breakdown. He's throwing the curveball only 16% of the time, but this inning he's trying to establish it much more. Now he was burned with it, and he hung one to Segura. 3-2 curveball, and Lamb didn't bite. So a 2-out walk. And that'll bring up Yasmani Tomas, who has been as tough and out as anybody in the National League this year for the Rockies.
Well, just in this 2-game series coming into tonight, 7 hits, 7 RBIs, including that fateful grand slam off of Jordan Lyles. We mixed in a couple last night. For Tomas, he's had 6 3-hit games or more against the Rockies this year.
That's a club record. No Diamondback player had ever had 6 3-hit games in a season against the same club. The last player in baseball to do it against one club was a few years ago. A fellow by the name of Derek Jeter did it for the Yankees against the Orioles. He had 6 games that year. I think it was 13. 2013. 1-0 on Tomas. Slider misses. And now it's 2-0, and you're in one of those counts. Tried to be a little bit fine with a guy who's really hot.
He just tightened up the batting gloves. Even 2-0, he still will go the opposite way.
This ball is roped to center field. Extra bases for Tomas again. Lamb is going to get a green light from Matt Williams, and he's going to score standing up. And it's 2-1 Arizona. Yasmani Tomas with 75 RBIs, and though it seems that way, not all have come against the Rockies.
But a lot of them come.
But a lot of them.
A lot of them have come against the Rockies. A lot of them have come with 2 outs. Another one tonight. A 2-0. This is still a short, compact swing. Not trying to get too big with it. Not trying to do too much. And it's another double into the gap. 26th this season. And just like that, tonight, like it was last night, you had the early lead. You give it right back in the bottom of the first inning.
Strike on Drury on the outer edge. Tomas is hitting 7 straight. 2 home runs, 9 RBIs. And I mean, they've been loud. He has squared everything up, it seems like. You know, some people, Huey, at home will say, well, you know, if he's not ready, why is he here? The Rockies deemed him ready. People have to remember early in the year, everybody was calling for him to come up.
Back in May.
That's how good this league is. No matter what you've done at AA or AAA, it is the biggest jump you can make playing in the big leagues. And there are, I'm a huge believer in this, and I know you are also. There are certain lessons that can only be learned here in the big leagues, and he's learning them right now.
Well, the lineups are so much deeper.
He went.
In AAA, there's good players, obviously, down in AAA, but you have 2 or 3 guys that you look at, and you can kind of pitch around them to get to some of the other guys. The big league level, even the guys that are hitting 8th at the major league level, those were the guys that were hitting 3, 4, and 5 down in AAA.
Two. Breaking ball, pulled to third. Great play by Nolan. He's going to get it out at first. Nolan saves a run right there. That would have scored Yasmani Tomas. Home run by Gene Segura after a 2-out walk to Lamb. Yasmani Tomas strikes again. On Root Sports is brought to you by Subaru. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Bank of the West, for a personal approach to banking, go West. Bank of the West. Well, yesterday, the first inning took 36 minutes to complete. And at the end of it, the Diamondbacks were ahead of the Rockies 4-3. Tonight, the first inning took 32 minutes. And the Diamondbacks are ahead of the Rockies 2-1. Daniel Descalso will lead it off, and De La Rosa is back out there after throwing nearly 40 pitches in the first frame.
Well, there's still two guys warming up down in the Arizona bullpen. I think Chip Hale will see how this goes in the first.
Now, Braden Shipley is on the left, and Braden is scheduled to pitch today and give them, they hope, some length. Randall Delgado's up for the second time. Descalso 0 for 6 lifetime against Ruby De La Rosa. That's a good running fastball. That was either a really hard changeup or a two-seamer. He backed off a little bit.
Might have been a two-seamer because his changeup is about 86, 87 miles an hour on average. So that was a little hard for a changeup. He learned his changeup from Pedro Martinez. Straight old fastball.
That's well, his grandmother did some house caretaking for Pedro and Ramon Martinez, so he was around the brothers Martinez when he was a kid, and that's how he learned his changeup. 3-2's way inside, and Descalso will go down to first. Hoffman will try to move him along. Jeff coming up, and that's it. Chip Hale's coming out. And the question, I would think he wants Shipley to get a fresh start, a fresh inning.
He might not be ready yet because he thought it was going to be later in the game.
So tonight, send us your thoughts, statements, questions. Use Twitter or Instagram. Include the hashtag ToyotaTalk. With Jeff Hewson and Ryan Spilborghs, I'm Drew Goodman. Randall Delgado, who pitched on Friday, he's been one of the reliable members of a bullpen that has struggled this year. He's in the ballgame here in the second. Jeff Hoffman's going to try to get a bunt down, and he does. The flip to the second baseman, Gene Segura, to sacrifice 1-4. Descalso to second, and that'll bring up Charlie Blackmon.
Charlie gave the Rockies that lead in the first with his 27th home run, his 4th home run in the last 6 games. And Charlie, what a season he's had. After coming back from that toe way back in early April, missed some time then, but after that, you'd never know.
17 of his 27 home runs out on the road.
You can go ahead and repeat that again.
17 road home runs for Charlie Blackmon. And Charlie's previous career high in runs was 93. He has scored 100 now this year. He is closing in on his career high in hits. He's closing in on his career high in doubles. He obviously has this career high in home runs. See the batting average, the slugging percentage. And it's not like this has come out of nowhere. I mean, Charlie's been a really, really good player. Once he finally had a string of good health the last couple of years.
And he's also just 1 RBI away from tying the club record.
That's to third. Descalso gets chased back to second. There are 2 outs, and it'll be up to LeMahieu.
He's just 1 shy of the club record of RBIs out of the leadoff spot. And that's right now held by EY, who did it in 1996. So Charlie has 73, EY at 74.
Yeah, I like his chances to get it. DJ on an 0-2 pitch, lined a base hit to right over the head of Paul Goldschmidt. Here's the updated batting race between Murphy and LeMahieu. Murphy's now at 348.
And I think that the thing that's probably most impressive for me with DJ and the way he's, you know, right there with Daniel Murphy is, I think about Daniel Murphy. He's in a playoff race. Those at bats for him, the way he's got that automatic pressure already, that so he's locked and engaged in every at bat. But so is DJ in a different spot, though. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Because it's easy when you're playing for a title. Now I know the Nationals are 10 games up on the Mets, but still, those are important games until you finally lock down that division title. But for DJ, every night it just seems like he's creating his own
He has
drama.
he has such a high level of professionalism that all that other stuff doesn't matter. This is bounced to short, and Owens will throw out LeMahieu to end the inning. Descalso is left at second base. We're in the middle of the second. It's 2-1 Arizona.
Baseball brings many new opportunities for these guys, and with the opportunities comes a lot of lessons that need to be learned. Jeff Hoffman has taken some of his lumps, but luckily he has some of his teammates he can lean on.
I thought I was doing a pretty good job of, talking to those guys and learning as much as I could from them, but, everything can always get better, so I'm gonna annoy them even more and just hang around them and stick to them like Velcro and see if that can help me a little bit.
Well, the teammates he's talking about are John Gray and Chad Bettis, two guys that are locker mates. And when you look at what Jeff Hoffman is going through, obviously it's very similar to what John Gray went through in his first 4 starts. But at the end of the day, as we're starting to see, he's starting to learn from these mistakes and starting to gain that confidence that Walt Weiss said in his press conference today was so important. Guys?
Well, I'll tell you one of the things we're seeing, and it may sound strange to say this because he hung a curveball that was hit out in the first inning by Gene Segura. But since then, we've seen a more consistent and sharp curveball than at any time in his previous 4 starts.
And he did shy away from it. Natural tendency to be, they just hit one out. I don't want that to happen again, so I'm not going to throw it. But he made the adjustment with the release point, and now it's very effective.
Socrates Brito grounds out. Located that fastball well. The other thing I want to bring out, and you and Spilly can address this, better than anybody, as two guys that played for a long time in the big leagues. There's this notion that's sometimes thrown around also that, well, if you bring a guy up too soon, you can ruin him, mentally, emotionally, if he does not do well. And my thought on it has always been, if that person in this game that is so difficult, if you can't deal with the failure and the disappointment and the rough spots, you may not be mentally tough enough to ever succeed.
You were never going to make it anyway. You would have a flash of making it, but you would not be a long-time major leaguer. Because if you're not strong enough mentally in this game, it'll chew you up and spit you out.
But the best part about being chewed up and spit out, most of the time you learn something from it.
But
you learn something that's so important, which is the confidence. And at the end of the day, once you get that confidence, the main separator between a minor league guy and a major league guy is when they feel like they belong. And that takes some positive results, something that Hoffman hasn't quite yet.
Tough he goes, which, after a really good sequence to Socrates Brito, he ends up walking the 8th place hitter on 4 pitches. And now pinch hitting will be Peter O'Brien in the 2nd inning. They used Delgado just to get out of that 2nd, and then Braden Shipley's going to be coming in next inning for Chip Hale. So here's Peter O'Brien, who played last night.
It's a good chance that these guys face each other down in AAA with Reno and Albuquerque.
Oh, 0-1.
Huey, as players and you from the coaching standpoint, it is better for players to almost fail at some points, because then we can do what we call coaching.
You've hit the nail on the head, because when everything's going great, what do you have to coach them about? They say, "Wow, I figured it all out. I've got it."
Talked to a number of general managers and farm directors over the years, and this may sound crazy, but they actually, that pitch misses, they actually, to your guys' point, want players to struggle at the minor league level. They look at it as, all right, now let's see how they handle it, because It's not when in this game, it's if. I don't care how talented you are. Look at a guy like Bryce Harper, who's already won an MVP award, and he was the greatest 14-year-old, the greatest 12-year-old, the greatest 16-year-old. He goes to college early so he can go to the draft. The guy never failed, right?
Right.
I mean, he owned every league he played in growing up. Well, guess what? At some point, he's going. This year, he had a really rough summer.
I was talking with
Mitch, go ahead, Spilly.
I was talking with Mitch Haniger today on the Diamondbacks, and it's funny you bring up the story about failing. He was in Double-A, not playing at all. He was a fourth outfielder and was struggling and asked to get sent down to High A. They sent him to High A. He reworked his swing after failing, and today they announced from the Diamondback side that Mitch Haniger was the minor league player of the year.
And he's a fourth outfielder. He's probably doubting himself.
Sure.
Doubting what his future is going to look like. I always say this, that as Segura steps up, one of the other things that makes this game so hard, I mean, in basketball, yeah, I mean, if you make half your shots, that's a great curveball.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that was a different curveball than Segura saw his first time. If you miss half your shots, you've hit 50%. That's a great percentage. Well, we know baseball, it's, you 70% of the time you're going to drag the bat back, and if you do that and you're getting a hit 30% of the time, you're terrific, right? But the difference between baseball and basketball is if you miss a layup, Huey, there's a really good chance, unless the coach takes you out, there's a really good chance in the next few possessions you'll have an opportunity offensively to atone for that, or even going back on defense. You can defend the heck out of the guy that you're covering and get some of that frustration out. In baseball, you wear it. You may not get up again for 40 minutes.
Or you might not get a ball all night long in the field to rob somebody of a hit just because you didn't get a hit.
0-2, and that pitch is swatted up the middle by Segura. A little too much of the plate. Gozwich to second. 2 on, 1 out, and that'll bring up Chris Owings. Segura is now 6 for his last 8. After being held hitless on Monday.
Just a fastball that was away from Segura, but got that top hand over the baseball, right back up the middle. Gene Segura now came into the game with a .312 average, which was 6th in the National League. He's already hit a home run. Chris Owings.
Swing and miss on the curveball.
And you can tell that's the game plan tonight for Jeff. Curveballs. And a lot of them, because I don't think there's been a changeup yet.
Well, the 20 to 80 scouting scale, 80 being as good as anybody has in the game. Steve Foster will tell you his curveball grades is a 70, but we haven't seen many till tonight.
Now you're seeing the 65, 70 curveballs. And by the way, he's thrown 1 changeup. Just went back and looked at it in my book. 1 changeup.
And that's probably his 4th best pitch.
Yes.
Now he's ahead 0-2. I like that 0-2 pitch. That was a better location than the pitch that he served up to Segura that was out over the plate a little bit.
And it had downhill plane on it.
May see him go back to that curveball. I think also his inability to get in many of these kind of counts, 0-2, 1-2, the reason he hasn't struck many guys out, just 9 strikeouts so far, and this is his 5th start, and he struck out a ton in AAA. 1-2, and he got him on a fastball. Nicely done by Hoffman. In the inning, there was a walk, a hit, 2 men left, 2 strikeouts for Jeff Hoffman in that 2nd frame. memorabilia and great food. Don and Charlie's in Scottsdale. Tulowitzki's jersey right next to Nolan Ryan, George Brett. It's a fabulous place. We don't get there as much during the regular season, but it is a great visit any time of year.
Yeah, I miss Tracy Ringoldsby's table, though, because he's got a table there that's like Norm from Cheers, where it's just his table. Because he's in there every night during spring training.
He's in there every night during spring training. It's hard to get in there some nights.
Not for Cowboy.
Nolan takes ball one. Braden Shipley's now in the ball game. It's his 10th ball game of the year. He started against the Rockies at Coors Field a week and a half ago. He went 5 2/3, gave up 4 runs on 8 hits, and this ball is lathered to right center field and deep, and it's going to take one hop off the top of the wall, and it's a leadoff double for Nolan.
That was some kind of loud. 32 doubles on the season for Nolan. He just waits back, and then the weight transfer as he comes through. You can see that back foot get off the ground. Remember, it used to be taught as a kid, squish that bug, but now you see guys coming off that, so you get all the power through the swing.
And if you squish the bug, you're not bringing your entire body mass through the baseball.
But I don't know how many times I heard that growing up.
Libby has made a prediction. We hope you are correct, Libby. Tying run at second base. And here's Cargo. He walked on 4 pitches his first time. That was his 76th extra base hit for Nolan this year. That's tops in the National League.
Just about everything Nolan does is tops in the league, either the National League or the major leagues.
Cargo lined out and hit a deep fly ball. Also walked against Shipley in Denver. And Cargo got a little anxious there. He said, I haven't seen a strike yet tonight. So he fired at a pitch that was out of the zone, a changeup.
First 5 pitches I saw were all balls away from me, and I just want to swing.
This ball is swung on and hit to deep right center field's got a chance to get out. It's caught at the wall by Brito. And moving up from second to third is Nolan. Brito right up against the wall, made a great catch. Nolan's looking out there saying, I thought that was out.
Thought it was too. I thought it might be another splashdown. Cargo thought momentarily that he had it, that Brito, foot in front of the wall. You got to give Nolan some credit too. With that ball out there, he did exactly what you're taught as a base runner. With nobody out, you go back to see if it's going to be caught. If it is, then you advance to third. If it drops, you're still going to score. So kudos to Nolan for the base running.
Arizona kind of surprised they're bringing the infield in the way these two teams have scored runs with 1 out in the 3rd inning.
Real strange, and playing at home.
Let's make it that much easier.
Yeah. Well, and
for Reynolds.
And the outfielders are deep, especially Brandon Drury in left field.
Ball on a strike on Reynolds. Mark has driven in 51 this year in his first season with the Rockies.
Shipley this year, 19 starts for AAA Reno. He was 8-5 with the 3.70 ERA. First round pick in 2013.
And Mark Reynolds is gone. 2 outs. That'll bring up Parra.
You want to get your tickets now for the Fan Appreciation Fireworks, courtesy of Great Clips, on Friday, September 30th, after the Rockies take on the Milwaukee Brewers.
Parra walked his first time up. Again, his first ball game in a week after straining his hamstring, making a stretch at first base for a throw. Parra this year has hit .378 against Arizona. Kind of feel left out if you don't have a .300 batting average if you're Rocky against Arizona or vice versa. They've now combined to score 251 runs this year.
And over 400 hits.
Crazy.
And that doesn't include the games they played during spring training. Nolan, Shipley likes his changeup and he likes his curveball. So watch the trajectory, watch and see if it's down in the ground, because he was tabbed by Baseball America as having the best changeup and curveball in the D-back system.
That's a good pitch. 2-2. That's unusual. I don't know if I've ever seen 2 at-bats, consecutive at-bats, that have gone this number of pitches without Gerardo taking a swing. One of the most aggressive guys in baseball.
He makes a swing either the first or second pitch.
That's foul. Nolan's at third with 2 outs. He led off with a double. Cargo hit one to the wall in center. He moved up on that. Mark Reynolds struck out, and here we are with a 2-2 count and a 2-1 ball game in the top of the third.
Gerardo surveying that bat handle to make sure there's not a hairline fracture in it.
And this is on the ground to second. Segura's got it. And the Rockies fail to take advantage of the leadoff double by Arenado. Middle of 3, it's 2-1 Arizona. Coors Light Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Let's flash back 30 years ago to the day Bob Brenly had one of the worst games of his career and also one of the best games. He made 4 errors in the 4th inning that led to 4 Atlanta runs in front of about 8,500 people. But then he hit a home run, then he had a 2-run single, and then he hit a walk-off homer in the 9th. He let in 4, he drove in 4. An unbelievable day, and in talking to Bob earlier, it kind of embodies what baseball is all about. It can be a cruel, cruel sport, and in the same day that it was very cruel to Bob playing third, it also turned on him to have one of the best days he ever had offensively in what was a very long and productive career for Brenly.
Well, I've heard him say too, when somebody's made a couple errors in a game, hey, he's only halfway to my total.
That's right.
But he was just filling in at third base because the regular third baseman, I think it was Chris Brown, couldn't make it that day, couldn't go.
Look at that. That's bad luck. I mean, he made a good 0-2 pitch, and LeMahieu, just the way the Rockies were aligned, was swung up the middle, and DJ couldn't get to it. And so Paul Goldschmidt with an 18 hopper through the right side.
Paul did this 2 nights ago too, where he just hit the ball in the right spot and took advantage of the shift.
So leadoff single for Goldschmidt. That'll bring up Jake Lamb. He walked and scored on a Yasmani Tomas double in the 1st inning. 2-1 Arizona. No, but what an evening for Brenly that day. I saw one other time, and I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 errors. I felt awful for him. Mark DeRosa, who's with MLB TV now and does a great MLB network, does such a great job on the air. Love D-Row.
Yeah, D-Row's great.
Yep. But he had an awful day at third base for Atlanta. And Bobby Cox eventually took him out, not in the middle of the inning, but he just said, hey, you need a mental break. But I don't think D-Row drove in 4 that day.
I had a 3-error game in the big leagues, not all in 1 inning, but 3 was enough for me. I didn't want the ball hit to me after that. Not gonna lie, it was not fun.
Well, Mike Gallego, former third base coach with the Rockies and the A's, and Gags always tells young players, he said, hey, errors are part of the game. So if the ball gets hit to you, make an error, what do you say? And people are like, a little confused. He says, I want the ball hit to me. I hope the next one's hit to me. And the kids get it, and he goes, okay, so you make an error on the next one. What do you want to happen? What do you want to happen? And all the kids now get it. Here's a chance for 2. Nicely done.
Great communication.
Little different configuration with the shift.
Right, but Nolan, where he was, takes the throw from DJ, so it'll be a 4-5-3 double play. So Daniel's on the second base side. Really hard for that guy to try to get to the bag. So Nolan's acting like his high school days where he's playing a little shortstop and then makes that strong throw for the double play over to first base.
Perfect footwork too. He got his right foot to the back corner, right?
That's what you want to do. Then you take your left foot to the bag or to the ball and not take a big stride. So finish your story.
Yeah, Yasmani Tomas at the plate, 0-1. So Gags, he said, all right, you made an error. What do you want to happen? Well, I want the next ball. The kids chime in. He said, all right, and you boot the next ball. What do you say? And all the kids say, I want the next ball. Hit it to me. He said, no. He said, hit it to somebody else. That's enough.
So true.
And on 3 curveballs, and you can tell that meant something to Hoffman. Tomas has been tormenting the Rockies. He ripped a double against Jeff his first time up. Hoffman growing in front of our eyes. 2-1 Arizona leading. Top of the 4th inning. Tom Murphy, Daniel Descalso, Jeff Hoffman against Braden Shipley. 2nd inning for Shipley. Already the 3rd pitcher utilized tonight by Chip Hale. Murphy struck out with the bases loaded on a 3-2 curveball in the 1st against Ruby De La Rosa. 5 home runs in 19 big league games for Murphy. That's a good fastball, well located.
You can see why Shipley's highly regarded by Arizona. Just the way he, with good mechanics, a strong curveball over the top, 12-6. He was able to play AAA ball this year in Reno, where he also went to college at the University of Nevada, Reno.
Two and two, good baseball program there. Chad Qualls went to the University of Nevada in Reno. Murphy swings through that fastball, and or that breaking ball, and it's the first out of the 4th inning. Descalso will come up. Daniel walked his first time.
Shortstop, Daniel Descalso.
2 strikeouts for Shipley. Rockies been tough to figure, Jeff. They've been wildly inconsistent. I mean, you know the story, the narrative now. Rockies against good teams have been really good. In fact, they've won 5 straight series against teams above 500, and yet their last 5 series against teams below 500, they are 3-12, 0-4-1 in those series.
And those teams that are above 500 at 5-0, they're 10-5 against those teams. Yeah, I mean, you just, it's the old line, go figure. But what you have to do is figure it out next year. Because they haven't won a series against a team below 500 since July. And that was the Atlanta series.
Two balls, 2 strikes on Descalso. Rockies lost yesterday 11-4. They were limited to 8 hits. And Manny Gonzalez says that caught the top part of the zone and the outside corner, evidently, and it looks like it did on the Subaru strike zone.
Pitcher Jeff Hoffman.
Take a peek at this one.
You know, I've always felt that Manny Gonzalez has a very good zone, a fair zone. I think he's a good balls and strikes umpire. At least the last time we saw him, he appeared to be. Hoffman with 2 outs takes a strike.
Well, give pitchers the corners, but he won't work it too far wide. I think that is the key. Maybe up and down a little bit more than he will, but doesn't give him the east-west.
That's another adjustment that pitchers make at this level. The baseball's a little different. The seams aren't quite as pronounced in the big leagues. That's a hard ground ball to first.
Strike zones are different.
Strike zone's a little smaller at the major league level typically. 1-2-3 inning for Shipley in the 4th. 6 straight Rockies have been retired. They trail 2-1 middle of 4th. by Southwest Airlines. Get your low fare now at southwest.com. 2-1 Arizona leading. Brandon Drury is going to lead things off in the 4th inning. Jeff Hoffman gave up 2 runs in the first, including a home run to the first batter he saw, Gene Segura. But we've seen strides since then. He has struck out 3 hitters in the last 2 innings, and he has shown a terrific curveball, which is one of the things we'd always read about Jeff Hoffman. Really going back to his East Carolina days, and he was so well thought of in college. And there's another curveball. Murphy's been putting down 2 fingers a lot.
When Jeff's throwing it a lot because he has a feel for it. Gave up the home run to Gene Segura, that leadoff home run, but hasn't shied away from it. And I like what he did after that last inning. You kind of referenced it as we were going to break, Drew, but when he struck out Tomas, he kind of gave a little fist pump like, okay, finally, let's go.
And it wasn't to show up Tomas in any way, but it was to get himself going, and a little bit of confidence.
And the other thing we talked about early, I'll tell you right after this pitch.
Drury gets a fastball at 95, and when you keep throwing that curveball, it makes that fastball a little better too.
It does, but we talked about how many times he's worked ahead. 11 for 15 tonight, first pitch strikes.
I also like what he's done within this game. I mean, huge disappointment to give up 2 in the first inning. There's the 0-2 to Drury, and he beats him with a fastball up. This is more the Jeff Hoffman that we saw glimpses of in Albuquerque when we'd see some video of him. 4 strikeouts now. Got him on a fastball above the hands.
Right, and he's showing the fastball up. He's showing the curveball down, and it's been a big breakdown tonight. Mainly just fastball, and then the big curveball. 6% changeups, which equates to just 5 changeups that he's thrown.
First pitch curveball misses to Brito. Brito grounded to Mark Reynolds in the second. And there's a changeup, and a good one, 1-1. Spilly, you're right there at the dugout level. What's it look like from your perspective?
It's interesting you guys talked about the last inning and the little fist pump. He looks like a totally different person, just how he's carrying himself, how he's breathing. See the follow through. This should be an easy play for DJ. More importantly, I get the chance to look into the dugout, and after the last strikeout to Brandon Drury, some of the coaches and some of the players kind of looked at each other and smiled, and they go, there it is.
We're seeing it now. Right.
Yeah, but we talk about growth moments, and I think we're witnessing. I don't know how this is going to turn out.
Sure.
But I know this much. The last 3 innings has looked like a guy that will get you excited, has gotten a lot of people in this organization excited, a lot of people outside the organization excited about his prospects.
Well, just in the second inning, he had runners at first and second, and he had Chris Owens up to the plate. He ends up striking him out. You go back to San Diego, had 2 outs. All those runs in San Diego were scored with 2 outs. I know there was an error behind him, but this time he said, no, I'm going to get you, and that's what he did. And again, another one. He's sitting 0-2.
Yeah. Good job by Murphy. Went to the outside corner, and Hoffman squared him up, and he got a borderline call from Manny Gonzalez because of that.
I think that's where fastball. But these two working together so often down in Albuquerque is helping. You know, last night it was Nick Hundley with Jorge, the veteran guys that have been working together. But tonight it's Tom Murphy working with Jeff Hoffman. That's not to say Nick couldn't do it, but they flip-flopped those guys so they would have it. And now Tom's calling for that curveball down in the dirt. Throw it to me.
1-2.
One other thing I've noticed, and Huey, we talk about this all the time. You see it with hitters, you see it with pitchers. Sometimes when you slow down the mechanics, just something as simple as just taking a breath You see how he's looking in. It's a lot slower the last 2 innings. And that allows the mechanics, the natural rhythm of your body to catch up to the arm speed. It allows you to get on top of the baseball when you're trying to snap the curveball down. Allows your elbow to catch up for the fastball.
Why do you think, I mean, we say it too, why do guys take deep breaths before they step into the box to try to slow everything down? Pitching's the same way.
Got him on a fastball away. 2 more strikeouts in the 4th inning. He got Drury, he got Tuffy Goswich, and it's 5 in a row set down by Jeff Hoffman. 2-1 as we go to the 5th.
Of the lineup coming up this inning. When you look at the numbers the last 3 games in this series, it's pretty remarkable. Rockies have scored 14 runs in 3 games here in Arizona. 13 of those runs have come by Charlie Blackmon, DJ LeMahieu, Nolan Arenado, and Carlos Gonzalez. To put a little more in perspective, that group, that 4, they are 19 for 39 together, 13 run scores, 10 RBIs. The Rockies as a team have only had 26 hits. You look at those numbers, only 7 other hits from the rest of the lineup. Obviously, you'd like to see a little more production from the bottom as well, but this top of the lineup has been doing damage these last 3 days.
Well, Spill, you'd be hard-pressed to find 4 more productive hitters in a row anywhere in baseball. There's some really good lineups out there, we know that, but these guys, something special. Charlie, if you missed it, a home run in the 1st is 27th. 17 of those 27 out on the road. 2-0. Shipley's retired 6 in a row. He's beginning his 3rd inning of work. Changeup. 2-0. Boy, he sells that. Good arm speed.
Savvy pitch. 2-0. Arm speed, turns it over. Circle change. It really pronates the wrist at the end to get that movement. Back-to-back change-ups.
I think Charlie saw that one, though. He swung over the top of it. It was well executed, but Charlie was on that pitch, it looked like.
See, just a little bit away from Charlie. If he just misses it by 2 inches, he would have hit that.
Charlie at .351 has the 5th highest batting average of any active player against Arizona. Freddie Freeman .380, Miguel Cabrera, he's hit .358 against everybody. Jose Reyes, Joey Votto, and then Chuck Nasty overthrew that. 3-2.
3 out of the last 4 pitches to Charlie have been changeups. The other one was a curveball.
Blackmon, the only hitter in the National League who leads off and has 20+ home runs. We're going to go to that changeup again.
Starting to get the timing. There's Charlie. He did it against Ruby De La Rosa. It was 8 pitches to him, or from Ruby, and Charlie took it out.
Man, he's just such a good hitter. He's really become an elite hitter.
Not just an elite leadoff hitter.
He's an elite hitter.
Yes.
Talked so much last night with Juan Pierre joining us on Twitter all evening. What a hard worker Juan was. Charlie Blackmon's the same way. Charlie's preparation for every game. You know, there are a lot of hard-working guys in baseball, but you know, nobody's going to outwork him. This is topped up the middle with eyes, and it'll be a base hit. Segura got there. Blackmon with a leadoff infield single, so he's 2 for 3, and the tying run aboard for LeMahieu.
And this helped Charlie when it hits the edge of the dirt and the grass. It scoots because it goes over the top of the pitcher with a big bounce. So you're thinking it's going to bounce again, and it would have been an easier play for Segura if it bounced, but it doesn't. It stays low. So there's one bounce and then a shooter where it stays down on the ground, and you can see Segura have to go after it and then end up falling on the Subaru Supermo. But the way that ball came off the bat, it says it should have been up about waist high where he can make the throw off balance to first. Not saying he would have got it, but at least he would have probably gotten a throw off.
Let's see if Charlie, who has 16 stolen bases, looks for an opportunity here with LeMahieu at the plate. So defense has to set for 2, Huey. There's a larger opening on that right side where DJ hit so many baseballs.
Well, that base hit he had in the first inning, that was his 65th opposite field hit.
Good breaking ball, strike 1 on LeMahieu. DJ a single in the first and a ground ball to short. Came into the ball game with an OPS of .905. That's a middle of the order OPS, on base plus slugging. 159-point increase from a year ago. And he was very good a year ago. He hit .301. But the difference is the extra base hits. And even DJ, we were talking around the batting cage today. He has 10 home runs. That's a career high in doubles, triples. He said this year he has seen the ball travel better in batting practice. He has more pop than at any time in his career.
So then, as a hitter, you know I don't have to try to force it to go out. I don't have to maybe give a bigger leg kick, or everything doesn't have to be pull when I do it. So you're still balanced at the plate, but you know that ball's going to have some backspin. Oh, Charlie was leaning. Just snuck back under the tag of Paul Goldschmidt. Watch Charlie. Zip, little false break. But that, to me, tells me he has the perfect lead. Even with that little false break to second, still has time to get back to first. That's a really nice lead. That's at the probably 14 to 15 foot range off of first.
Two balls and a strike on LeMahieu. Arenado on deck. We thought we were going to see a repeat after the first inning of what we've been witnessing all year long, but Shipley has pitched well for Arizona, and Jeff Hoffman has settled in very nicely. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Diamondbacks, a run on 4 hits for the Rockies. 2-1 count on LeMahieu in the 5th. 3-1.
Good eye. It's off the plate by about 2 inches on the Subaru strike zone.
And a ground ball to short. There's one on the first double play.
Well, September 19th is the next Purple Monday. You can download the MLB.com ballpark app and become eligible to win autographed items plus the first 5,000 fans will receive a Purple Monday winner beanie.
So Nolan doubled to deep right center in the 3rd inning. He's up with nobody on and 2 outs.
Back in the 3rd. It's one of the first pitches he sees from Shipley into right center field. Another double for Nolan. Double number 32 he had.
And that's a base hit to left. So with 2 outs, Cargo will come up. A walk and a fly ball to the wall in deep right center field.
Right fielder Carlos Gonzalez.
Drove it to the wall, came within 1.5 feet. They're driving in 2. Instead, Brito reaches up, collects it before he goes into the wall.
Well, Cargo's got 35 2-out RBIs. Among the league leaders. Nolan's number 1 with 37, along with Jake Lamb. Cargo becomes very dangerous on nights where you can tell he really sees the borderline pitch as well. I'm sure that's true for every hitter, but
yeah, I think it is. But for Cargo and his power, it becomes even more. He becomes more dangerous.
I would guess he's going to go 2-0 changeup here if the pattern he's displayed tonight continues.
That's what Tuffy put down.
It was a changeup and it was a strike. 2-1.
And much like what the Rockies have tonight, and Jeff Hoffman and Tom Murphy, you have Tuffy behind the plate and Braden Shipley, who have worked together in Reno. So they're very comfortable.
3-1. I don't know if Nomar was the first guy to do it. Probably not. But now, whenever you see a hitter, after every pitch, you just saw Mark Reynolds. He's in the on-deck circle. You have to retighten the batting gloves.
The only difference, though, you don't have the toe touch where with Nomar, where he's doing that with his feet too.
Yeah. This ball is to short, and they'll get the force at second, and that'll end the inning. Couple hits in the inning. Rockies continue to trail 2-1, middle of 5. Officially released today, the Major League schedule. Here's the Rockies schedule, some notables from next year. The Rockies will open with a 4-game set in Milwaukee. A couple years ago, the Rockies opened at Miller Park. The home opener will be Friday, April 7th against the Dodgers. And they're playing the American League East this year, though they will play a 2-2 with Seattle in the middle of the year. So the Rockies will be at Minnesota. That'll make our producer Tavis Strand very happy. Gets to go home.
Already booked that.
Yep. Cleveland. Get to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame again. Kansas City. That's a strike. 1-1. Cleveland will also be in Denver. Detroit and the White Sox will be in Denver. The Rockies will finish the season at home again against the Dodgers.
I know July 3rd and 4th are at home this year.
Big fireworks days. And how about this? A change. The games the last couple of years on Sunday afternoon at home, they were moved to, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago to 2 o'clock, 2:10. And they're going to move it back to 1:10. So an hour earlier next year for all Sunday home games. 2-1 is the count, and that slider's in there for a strike on Shipley. 2-2.
So you're going to do that two-step with Seattle this year instead of either Houston or Texas, or next year, I should say.
Yeah. 3-2. A tweet from Ashley. I can't tell you what I'll be doing tomorrow, but currently putting all these dates in my planner. That's awesome. Ashley is a dog that thinks ahead based on the picture, right?
Well, you have to make sure you get at least that home opener down there so you don't plan anything for the 7th of April. Big time in Lodo.
And Shipley throws out a base hit to right. So Shipley leads off with a single. And that'll bring up Gene Segura. Spilly, what do you have?
I think when we look at the time change on Sunday, I cannot tell you how many times on Sunday afternoon I am watching the umpires sprint to their car right after the game because of, obviously we know some games in Denver can go a little late. And for the umpires, they don't travel on charters. They have domestic flights and they have series to get to. So I think part of the reasoning for the change is the umpires probably said, hey, we're cutting it pretty close.
This ball clobbered to left field and deep, and Gene Segura is locked in. That's his 4th home run in the last 2 days. 2 last night, 2 tonight. He's 3 for 3. And now it's 4-1 Arizona. Hit a curveball out his first time, and this time he got a fastball. And for Segura, his 16th home run.
And that's also his 21st game this year. He's had at least 3 hits in a ball game. 21 times. And now back-to-back ball games where he's had 2 home runs. That's quick. That is a quick bat. Didn't take very long to get out either. And even in the Subaru Supermo, will slow it down, but it's still quick coming through the zone.
And a breaking ball's fouled off. 0-2 on Owings.
We've had a couple guys in this series, and they're right there. You see both of them in that shot. Tomas and Segura. They've just absolutely worn out the Rockies in these 3 games.
Line to right, that's fair. And Chris Owings, who can really run, has at least 2. He'll stop at second. 3 straight hits, single, home run, double.
If it wasn't for Cargo playing it off the wall correctly, I think Chris Owens would have tried for 3. He leads the Major League with 10 triples, but Cargo gets over there and gets it back in to keep Chris at second base.
Now batting first baseman.
You just wonder if giving up that base hit to the pitcher in Shipley, if that had any effect on Jeff.
Curveball misses to Goldschmidt, and it's 1-0. He didn't get on top of that curveball. It's 2-0. Arizona with 7 hits. They had 17 last night, 16 on Monday night, 23 runs, 33 hits, 6 home runs coming into the series, or coming into the evening. And they've hit 2 more tonight with Gene Segura, 4th career multi-home run game, back-to-back ball games with a pair of home runs. .253 runs now scored this season between these two clubs, and that ties since 1969 the all-time mark for combined runs between two teams in a season, and the Rockies have been involved all 3 times. That was a good pitch, but also a good job by Goldschmidt. Get the ball in play, and he does, and Owings moves up 90 feet on the ground out by Goldschmidt. That'll bring up Jake Lamb. The Rockies will have to bring the infield in, down by 3 runs here in the 5th.
Yeah, you can't give up another one, and with that ball sneaking by Jeff, allowed Owings to move up to 3rd, and Justin Miller. When Steve Foster went out to talk to Jeff a moment ago, that's when Justin got up and started getting loose. Yes, he went.
One strike on Jake Lamb, a walk, and he grounded into a 4-5-3 double play. Hoffman has struck out a career best 5 in this ball game. If you could get a 6th right here, it'd be huge. Infield can drop back, and then you can go with Tomas, who's been a handful, I understand, but keep it just a 3-run deficit. Here's the 1-1. That's way inside. Jake Lamb's had a big year. 56 ribbies at home.
88 total.
And that's pulled to first, and the throw to the plate is in time, but dropped by Murphy. Perfect throw by Mark Reynolds. Murphy didn't get the ball covered in the glove with his bare hand, and it seemed to get kicked out. We'll learn more on the replay.
Mark gets this ball and sidearms it home like a infielder. So he just, I don't know if he didn't hold on to it right here. It was coming out as he's making the spin. Here it is on the Subaru Supermo.
Would have been close.
It would have been. There will be an error on Tom Murphy is second this year.
5-1. And now this has broken the record with that run of most runs between two teams in a single season. Tomas at the plate. 2-0.
There it is officially. Breaking the old mark of 253 set in 2001 and 2002.
Double and a strikeout for Tomas. He's got a 2-0 count. He's 8 for 11, 8 ribbies in the series. Runner going, and it's in the air to Carr going right. That's a second out, and that'll bring up Brandon Drury.
Left field, Brandon Drury.
Inside ball one on Drury.
Brandon, in his last 12 games, he's in one of those zones that every hitter tries to get to. He's 20 for his last 49. He hit 408 in his last 12 games.
Chip Hale uses them all over the place. Left, right, second, third. And he's been okay defensively. I think second he struggles a little bit at. He hasn't made errors, but he can hit. So you're always going to try to find a spot for him on the diamond. So a really good hitting team, this Diamondback club. 1-1. And that is to left. That's extra bases. Lamb is going to get a green light, and the throw to the plate is not in time. Run scoring double for Brandon Drury. His terrific series continues. That's his 44th RBI. And it is now 6-1 Arizona.
The 2-out hit. This time he waits back inside on the curveball. Wanted it away, did not get it away. And Brandon Drury, 25 doubles this season. That'll be it tonight for Jeff.
Well, at the end of his stint, it's not what he wants. 6 runs now in 4 2/3. We saw a lot of good things between the second and fourth inning, but the fifth inning got away from him. 6-1 as he
for the Kubota pitching performance. And talk about Jeff Hoffman tonight, 4 2/3 inning. Had some very good early on. Ends up with 5 strikeouts, but then a couple bad. 2 home runs to Gene Segura. And then just here in this last inning, just couldn't make that final pitch. Gave up a run before he came out. Still responsible for the base runner at second base at Brandon Drury. 89 pitches, 58 strikes for Jeff Hoffman. Now it'll be Justin Miller coming into the game. Justin pitched 2 nights ago. 2/3 of an inning, had a strikeout.
Socrates Brito's at the plate, fouls off the first delivery. It's 0-1. Brito tonight, ground ball to first, ground ball to second. 6 runs, 8 hits. Rockies down 5, trying to avoid being swept here in Arizona. And that's a base hit. And that's going to bring home a run. Cargo's throw is not going to be in time. And it's 7-1. So Drury scores. And that'll close the book on Jeff Hoffman. 7 runs allowed, 4 earned.
The one thing you know about Socrates is if you come in and down, he'll make you pay. And that's where he likes the baseball. This time he pulls it between first and second. That's where it was when he hit the home run at Coors Field, down and in.
Ninth man to hit here in the 5th inning is the catcher, Tuffy Goswich. Strike 1.
Arizona sent 9 men to the plate in the 1st inning last night.
Twice they hit around last night.
And they also did it in the 5th, as you were just saying, Drew.
On the corner, perhaps a little bit off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tuffy. Pitch was pretty good looking pitch.
Yeah,
Tuffy played at Arizona State. His brother Chip played at Arizona State also, and then played for a couple of years in the Angels organization. Look out. Boy, he opened up toward that.
Good thing he got his elbow up. Because this was coming up by the face. Catches it on his left elbow. Didn't turn at all. He started to open up, started to swing, and then couldn't get out of the way. I'll take that big bruise you're going to have on your elbow compared to the damage it could have done somewhere else.
Pitcher Braden Shipley, who began this mess with a base hit on a 3-2 pitch to right against Jeff Hoffman. Sliders high, ball 1. Rockies have given up 30 runs now in 2.5 ball games here. Not good.
Because of the doubles and the home runs that Arizona's hit, they're just 1 for 5 with runners in scoring position, but it's all been the the extra base hits.
That's out of play. Two balls and a strike. Brito's at second, Goswich at first, 7-1. That's fouled off. And now it's full. Braden Shipley, both at bats here in the inning. He's worked full counts.
And the first time up, he singled the right field in front of Cargo on a line drive.
And he swung at ball 4, but fortunately he did, and the out is made at first base. In the inning, 5 runs for Arizona. They're up 7-1.
My top 3 batter's eye in the National League. And number 1 is right here at Chase Field. I remember standing in the box looking out there. It was so crystal clear behind you. You could pick up the baseball. Also at Coors Field when I played there, it was a nice ballpark. Now Miller Park, I never had the opportunity to play there, but just talking to different players, watching during batting practice, and just seeing how the ball was coming out. To me, that is the 3rd best batter's eye. And then here at Chase Field, yeah, you got the high scoreboard out there, but there's nothing below that other than nice green backdrop, so that helps with depth perception. And then Coors Field, of course, you got the greenery out in center field. You can pick the ball out of that. And then Miller Park, to me, is a lot like Chase Field. It has a big scoreboard above where that batter's eye is. So these are my top 3 in the National League. And I know I've talked to Spilly about this. I talked to Sully about it. And we're pretty close as far as what we like in the batter's eyes. But I do know that Spilly has one difference than I do.
Yeah, I do. There's a nice base hit for Mark Reynolds to right field. My biggest difference was that I loved hitting at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. That's another very similar to Coors Field, big, green. You get to see the ball coming out very well. Interesting you talk about Chase Bank Park and Miller Park. they're both designed pretty much after each other. And so those big batter's eyes that they have, Miller and Chase, they are unbelievably fun to hit at just because the depth perception allows you to see that pitcher and the ball coming out pretty clearly.
And I know, talking to Sully too, that he also had Philly Citizens Bank Ballpark on his list.
Interesting. I talked to Cargo and Nolan the other day about hitting here as well, and they both said the same thing that you mentioned. They love hitting at Chase. They love hitting at Miller. But something they mentioned too, it's interesting when you play at a ballpark that has a dome, because they felt like there wasn't a lot of wind, there's not a lot of distractions, you just get to hit.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about your hands either being too cold, the wind blowing in your eyes, any of that.
You also know you're going to play.
Yeah. No, that's key. Yeah.
I'm sure that messes with your preparation when you know the weather's going to be dicey and you're trying to go through your routine, but you're not entirely sure. And that's going to turn into a double play. 6-3. Owens handles it himself. 2 gone. Murphy will come up in the 6th. Rockies down 6 runs.
Chris Owens had 47 starts in center field. Tonight is his 48th start at shortstop. It's a pretty athletic play to go over, come back, step on the bag, and then make the throw.
And last year he played second base. He didn't know he was going to play center field until opening day when A.J. Pollock broke his elbow. Murphy 2 strikeouts tonight.
Well, they had Nick Ahmed to play shortstop.
Shipley falls behind 3-0. And ball 4. That'll bring up Daniel Descalso. He walked in the 2nd, struck out looking in the 4th.
Shortstop, Daniel Descalso.
UC Health is tracking the number of walks and the distance the Rockies are in throughout the season. Start tracking your own steps today to get fit. With that walk, the Rockies now have seen 461 trips to first base via walk. 41,490 feet. Shipley has missed on 6 straight pitches. You wonder if he's starting to get fatigued. He's in a piggyback situation with Ruby De La Rosa. De La Rosa was scheduled to go in the neighborhood of 60 pitches. They're going to work in tandem the rest of the year. They did the other day.
And
De La Rosa went 2 innings, and then Shipley went 3 2/3. Today, Ruby went 1+. He really struggled. Randall Delgado got him out of the 2nd inning, and then Shipley's taken over since, and he's thrown up zeros. But he's at 60 pitches, now 61.
But then you might look back to the last half inning. I know he just got the ground ball double play, but he led off the inning, ran the bases, scored a run, then also made the last out of the inning. So he led off, so he hit twice last inning. David Dahl, who showed a moment ago on deck.
Here's my thing. We make too much of that. Pitchers running the bases. Pitchers typically run more than anybody else on a baseball team because in between starts, everything's about leg strength and leg conditioning.
But they don't do it and then go out and throw. That's the only difference.
Well, let's take us through Shipley's last inning. He singled, and then he got to jog home a moment later when Gene Segura hit a 2-run homer. If that fatigued him, then he's got to do more foul poles.
A different program,
yes.
Different cardio program.
I ain't buying that. This ball is hit well to right center field by Descalso, and it's hit so well it's gone. 2-run home run, Daniel Descalso, and the Rockies put 2 on the board, and it's 7-3. 7th home run for Descalso.
Daniel 5 for 14 on this road trip. He's already set a career high in home runs. Now he just adding to that total. Subaru Supermo heading the count. Thank you very much. I'll jump on that fastball, 4-seamer. Daniel been getting everything into that swing. Came into camp after breaking the hand, using the hands a little bit more.
David Dahl rolls to second. That's going to end the inning. But the Rockies put 2 on the scoreboard. Daniel Descalso got all of it to right center field. 7-3. Middle of 6. CenturyLink high-speed challenge poll question: which Rockies catcher has the highest percentage of runners caught stealing all time? Chris Iannetta, Joe Girardi, or Yorvik Torrealba? Vote for one of those 3 at RootSports_RM to vote. 7-3, Arizona leading as they hit the bottom of the 6th inning. The Rockies have a new pitcher. Christian Bergman's out there.
First guy he has to face is the hitting star tonight.
The hitting star last night too. Gene Segura 3 for 3, 2 home runs tonight, 3 RBIs. He had 2 home runs last night.
Yeah, so that makes him the first second baseman to have back-to-back multi-home run games since Chase Utley in 2006. Christian Bergman, 12 ball games, 21 2/3 inning. But he can give you a couple innings, keep the score 7-3. The bullpen of Arizona's had their issues.
Bouncer to deep short, quick throws, not going to get. Gene Segura, he runs well. Descalso did everything he could. Got rid of the baseball in a hurry. But that is the 4th hit of the night for Segura.
Shortstop, Chris.
There's 3 guys that had 4 hits on Monday night. A couple guys had 3 hits last night. Now Segura, 4-hit night tonight. You knew once it got by Nolan that it was going to be a hard play for Daniel. He did everything he could just to get rid of it and make it that close.
Gene's not the prettiest runner. He scoots along the ground.
Yeah, it's not smooth, maybe like a Devon White. The Devo was smooth, but Gene Segura can get down. He motors. He can get down there.
He's got 30 stolen bases, and you have to be concerned with him running here. Owings shows bunt. It's in there for a strike. Segura also becomes the 3rd Diamondback ever to homer twice in 2 consecutive games. The other guys, Tony Clark, head of the Players Union now, did it in 05. Chris Owings just leaned on this one. This one's going to land somewhere beyond the fence. A 2-run home run for Owings, his 3rd of the year. And the 2 runs the Rockies got on the Descalso home run, Arizona just got him back. This has been an onslaught by Arizona against the Rockies in this series.
Well, and now it's 14 consecutive games where they've had 10 or more hits. And backed up whatever that pitch was, and Chris Owings, it's a no-doubter. Doesn't have many no-doubters, but this was one of them.
Goldschmidt 1 for 3. Segura and Owings naturally enjoying themselves, up 9-3. The other guy to do it, in addition to Tony Clark, Gene Segura, Reggie Sanders in 2001. Reggie was a good player.
Yes, he
for
was.
a number of teams. This ball's hit a long way to right toward that foul pole, and it goes foul.
Paul Goldschmidt, you just hold your breath. You don't know he's that strong.
.32 runs now in this series for Arizona.
Scored 12, 11, and now 9 tonight.
Swung on a miss. Goldschmidt strikes out. That's the first out in the 6th.
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is now available. You can join the millions of subscribers, watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices.
Jake Lamb, a walk, double play ball, and he reached on a fielder's choice. He just scored 2 runs, though he doesn't have a hit tonight. Takes a strike on a slider. Coors Field relinquishes the most runs of any ballpark in baseball this year. Number 2, Chase Field.
Probably just from the last 3 games that number's gone up for Chase.
Yeah, Boston, Minnesota And in Arlington, Texas, where the Rangers play, that's Globe Life. 0-2, that's high. 1-2. Off the plate. Center field and deep. Blackman going back and will make the catch on the warning track. And
textbook.
now Yasmani Tomas will come up.
I say that was textbook from Charlie. The hard ones as a center fielder, the ones that are hit directly over your head. You don't get the advantage of getting off to the side. Charlie played it perfectly.
Oh, and 1 on Tomas. To third, and it goes off of Nolan. And that'll be an error on Arenado, allowing Tomas to reach.
Number 10 on Nolan. He just climbed up his arm. He's over in position. He's down. Hands might have got back just a little bit behind him.
Slider for a strike. Drury doubled in a run in the 5th. Diamondbacks are a run away from tying their all-time mark for most runs in a 3-game series. 33 runs, July 2012, here at home against Houston. Dave Magadan's the happiest hitting coach in baseball right now, along with his assistant Mark Grace. Coming into tonight, there were 14 2-out runs scored by Arizona. There's another hit. Going first to third is Tomas.
Yeah, on Monday night they had 4 runs in the 3rd inning with 2 outs. In the 6th inning they had another 4 runs. Last night in the 1st inning 2 runs. In the 5th inning 4 runs. Tonight 3 more runs with 2 outs. 17 runs with 2 outs.
And they're threatening with 2 outs again here. Brito with runners at first and third. He's 1 for 3. Brito, a career .288 hitter in the minor leagues over 7 seasons. This year he hit .294 in Reno.
6 homers, 39 RBIs, 10 doubles, 8 triples.
A lot of great offensive parks in the PCL and a lot of good cities to go to. Albuquerque, the home of the Rockies. Always enjoy being in Albuquerque. You have Vegas, you have Reno, Sacramento.
A lot of nice ballparks too now in AAA.
Yeah. Colorado Springs.
When they used to have a few of the AAA clubs up in Canada, up in Calgary and Edmonton, Ottawa. Back then too, Vancouver was a AAA.
They were a
club.
AAA team. Toronto's got a good team. Toronto, one of the best drawing teams in baseball. They're averaging over 41,000 folks a night at Rogers Center. See all those sluggers perform.
Not only see all the sluggers perform, but it's the only team in the country for baseball.
Yes.
So they draw from coast to coast.
I think if baseball expands again, Montreal could very well get another team. 1-2, and this is popped up. LeMahieu calling for it, and DJ makes the catch to end the inning. 2-run home run from Chris Owings in the 6th. 9-3 Diamondbacks.
Attention to, the really good players that we play. See if I can pick up on, any little thing that they do, or, any little thing that I can learn from, the elite defenders in the field. So obviously I like to watch Nolan a lot and, talk to him about hitting and situations and stuff like that, and just, stay sharp and pay attention to what's going on in the game, and, kind of visualize myself in those spots.
Even though it always hurts to have your best players on the disabled list, it provides an opportunity for guys like Trevor Story to sit back and watch the game, where at times when you're on the field, you don't get to see the little intricate parts of the game that you can work on. And Trevor spent some time with me just talking about how when he gets back, whether it's some point soon, that he knows he's going to be a much better player.
That's pretty scary to think. That's off the top of the glove of Goldschmidt down the right field line, and Charlie has his 3rd hit of the ball game. And it's going to be a triple. Fourth triple this year for Blackmon.
2 close calls. First was the ball off the glove of Paul Goldschmidt. Second time tonight, Goldie's trying to reach up and rob the Rockies of a base hit. Once with DJ, now Charlie, but Charlie going into 3rd, throws off the mark. He slides in for the leadoff triple.
Rockies down 9-3. LeMahieu's 1 for 3. And he's 2 for 4. He drives home Blackmon with the Rockies' 4th run. 59 RBIs for LeMahieu.
Here they go again, the daily double with these two. 5 hits on the night between those 2 guys, but Charlie has 3. DJ now has 2.
Nolan's got 2 hits tonight. Double in the 3rd. He singled in the 5th. Arizona's got action in their bullpen. How about around Major League Baseball tonight, Huey? There's been 6 shutouts tonight in the big leagues, including the Dodgers beating the Yankees in the Bronx 2-0 in a game started by Clayton Kershaw. He went 5 innings, did not allow a run. He allowed only 1 hit, struck out 5. He was allowed to go 64 pitches. He did not get the win because when he left the game, it was scoreless.
But also he had to sit for about almost an hour because they had a rain delay in New York, and he was allowed to come in after that rain delay, come back and throw another inning with a guy that's been dealing with the back problems. So they shut out the Yankees. Milwaukee shut out Cincinnati. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy things happening.
Washington beat the Mets 1-0. Cubs beat St. Louis 7-0.
Cubs magic number is 1 now.
Yeah, they're going to close out the Cardinals in mid-September.
Baltimore beat Boston 1-0. Well, as you can see, Jake Barrett and Edwin Escobar, the left-hander, up for Arizona.
Oakland beat the Royals 8-0. 3-2 on Arenado. Nolan every once in a while takes those half swings.
He even did it during batting practice today. Just like trying to block a ball over to right field. Half swing, whatever you want to call it. Because he knows he can't get the full extension. But that's okay. I mean, not everything's going to be just so graceful and everything just perfect. That's perfect.
That's pretty good. DJ's going to go first to third. Nolan's going to try to move to second. He will, standing up a double. So the Rockies, first 3 in the order here in the 7th. Triple, single, double. Cargo coming up. Will he get Escobar now? You wonder.
After the half swing, this time there was nothing wrong or nothing half about this one. He hits it, and then it just rolls on that grass out there that's so thin. Even Chris Jones pointing to second. They throw to second. You're not going to get DJ at third. Nolan hustles in for another double. And Edwin Escobar will come out of the bullpen to face Cargo. Calling all college students. College Not at the Ballpark this Friday, September 16th. Packages include a game ticket and a Rockies beanie. Visit Rockies.com/college for tickets. Edwin Escobar, the left-hander, coming in to face Carlos Gonzalez. Well, the Diamondbacks tried this on Monday night. First guy he faced was Descalso. He hit a home run to right field, left on left.
Cargo held up. Cargo tonight a walk, a deep drive to the wall in right center, and a hard ground ball that was turned into a force out up the middle. That's called strike.
Escobar likes his slider primarily to left-handers.
Cargo crushes this home run foul, unless they move the foul pole. That was a hanger.
Last two pitches, Escobar hadn't hit his, come even close to hitting his spot. Slider they wanted away, he left it in. That fastball they wanted it away, he left it in.
Two and two. Cargo lines this ball to left, and it'll drop.
So you'll take it, because you heard a balk was called as that pitch was coming, so you can still swing at it. It's a free swing,
That
and then
counts.
and it counts. That base hit certainly counts.
95th RBI for Cargo. Chip Hale now make another pitching change. Arenado to third as LeMahieu scored.
So watch the balk, and you'll hear the home plate umpire Manny Gonzalez call it. He never stopped.
The balk. The Rockies have rallied for a couple in the 7th. They have runners at first and third. There's nobody out. A reminder today, after every Rockies win, get 50% off your online order at Papa John's. Use the promo code ROCKSWIN at papajohns.com. Cargo just drove in his 95th run of the year. Mark Reynolds at the plate.
We'll go back to Cargo's base hit. Doesn't ever come set, does Escobar. Box called. Cargo swings, hits it to left field. DJ's caught off a little off guard. He's like, wait, Bach, what do I do? But once it drops in, he knows he can scamper home, and Nolan can go to third.
Well, what DJ was doing also, obviously, is he's going back to tag. Because off the bat, you weren't sure if that was going to drop or if it was going to be caught out there by Drury.
I mean, either way, too. I mean, if it's caught, then you don't take it. You just take the balk, you take the run, and then he's still up at the plate. So there's a lot going on, but a lot of times the guy will lock up once you hear the balk as a hitter. You're not thinking, oh, I can still swing. It's a free swing.
Well, it happened so late because, again, he didn't pause. That
just recently, within the last week, Colton Wong hit a home run off a balk.
I just don't think you could process it that quickly. You know, Cargo's locked in on the pitch.
Especially with a quick pitch.
That's caught. Didn't quite get high enough to get over Chris Owings. 1 out. And that'll bring up Gerardo Parra to face Jake Barrett.
Got in around the label, Mark Reynolds, and Chris Owing. Time that really acted like a knuckleball going out there. Time that one to snag it.
Barrett's been fairly reliable for the Diamondbacks. League hitting just .225 against Jake Barrett. Parra tonight in his return to the lineup is 0 for 2 and a walk. That's another night where you got to outslug them. 5 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors for the Rockies, 9, 12, and 0 for Arizona. Rockies hitting in the 7th inning. At the very least, you got to get the run home at third.
Got to get one more at least. A lot of room, though, in right center field.
Parr's got the count in his favor. Barrett's got a heavy fastball, 2-0 count. This will get a run home, deep left field. Tagging at third is Nolan, and he'll come home. Drury's throw goes to second. So Parra with a sac fly is 36th RBI. The Rockies are within 3.
Catcher, Tom Murphy.
Tom Murphy comes up. Murph is 0 for 2 and a walk.
It was nice for Gerardo to just get that ball in the air, get that run in. Jake Barrett's 65th appearance of the season. He come into the game tied 3rd in the National League among rookie relievers. Those 65 appearances. Saw the average fastball for Jake, 95. His second pitch is a slider. Tries to take about 7-8 miles an hour off that, around 86, 87.
Bouncing ball fair. Long throw, but an accurate one by Jake Lamb, and that gets Tom Murphy. Rockies get 3 in the inning. It started with a Charlie Blackmon triple. 9-6 stretch time in Arizona. Yeah, the Giant issues, Jenny, continue. They got well for a moment when they were down here at Chase Field. They swept the Diamondbacks, but then they go to San Diego, or excuse me, they come home to play San Diego, and they've lost 2 out of 3. 1 out, Nolan throws out Gozwich. And we have a pinch hitter for Jake Barrett. Phil Gosselin is going to be the pinch hitter.
He's the guy they go to all the time coming off the bench.
Bergman's breaking ball misses.
Phil, 17 pinch hits this year. 17 for 68. 250 average. Well, they'll go up now.
Give him an 18th hit. Here comes Willie Mays. Gene Segura tonight. Home run, single, 2-run homer, single. He has scored 3 runs, driven in 3. Last night, Gene Segura went home run, fly ball to center, home run, fielder's choice, single, double.
That's a lot of running the bases.
2 straight 4-hit ball games, 2 straight games with a pair of home runs.
Some running the bases and just jogging around the bases.
He's done both.
Speaking of running bases, all kids 12 and under can run the bases after the game this Sunday, Drew, September 18th. Get your tickets to this game against the San Diego Padres today.
Two and one. Runner going, it's fouled off. That was a hit and run. And a 5th hit for Segura. I'd say his only competition right now, I don't know what else is going on in the National League, but his only competition for Player of the Week may be Yasmani Tomas's teammate.
Well, you know that when things are going your way, you'll go down, you'll hit these balls, you'll find holes. All the cliches you want to talk about. The 3rd time in his career he's had a 5-hit game. He does have a 6-hit game though under his belt back in 2013. Go back again to that conversation we had with Sean Dunston the other day because he was just cracking us up. You don't think he'd be walking next to Gene Segura trying to touch him, take a few, steal a few hits from him if he was his teammate?
Exactly. Hug up on the guy that's hot. Walt's going to take the baseball from Christian Bergman. 1 out, 2 on here in the 7th with Chris Owings coming up. Sports. It's UNC Northern Colorado in Fort Collins to take on the CSU Rams. Our coverage begins at 2 p.m. right here on Root Sports. Hope you join us for that affair. And a little bit later on for baseball, Rockies and Padres. Owings, a double and a 2-run home run last inning. It's Chris's 3rd home run of the year. Lyles looking for a ground ball.
Well, Jordan wants to put what happened on Monday behind him. Got 2 quick outs in that game, and ended up giving up 5 hits, 4 earnings, and that was a courtesy of the Osmani Tomas grand slam in that game.
Gosselin, who pinch hits at second. Gene Segura is at first. This is going to be a tough play for Nolan, and he gets it.
Nolan coming through with the bare hand after broken bat of Chris Owens, who can just fly down the line. Nolan barehands it. And he gets the hips turned. I think that's the key with this throw to first base. Just watch the left hip. Watch how it opens up as he starts to make the throw. See, you can start to see the buckle of his belt pointing towards first base.
Now you have Goldschmidt at the plate. First base is open, but behind Goldschmidt's a left-handed batter and Jake Lamb. Steve Foster's going to go out and discuss the situation. Rockies have climbed to within 3. They were down 7-1 and 9-3.
See what they're going to do here. Well, they are going to pitch to him, at least initially.
Pitch down a little bit. Single in the 3rd. 8 for 18 against Jordan Lyles. This is going to go over the screen. Wild pitch. And 1 run is scored. Stopping at 3rd base will be Segura.
Every time tonight the Rockies have put up a run, Arizona's answered it in that inning. In the first inning, get the run, they scored 2.
You know, this is a pitch around, and if you're going to walk him, to me, walk him, because Paul Goldschmidt's so disciplined. He's not going to swing at pitches out of the zone. He just doesn't do it.
He has 104 walks, first in the National League.
If you prefer Lamb, then go after Lamb. But a wild pitch. The most perplexing thing for the Rockies this year, because we have seen them, and I want to get Spilly's thoughts on this also, in addition to Huey's, we have seen them so good at times, and we've seen them obviously very, very bad at times. Why are they so wildly inconsistent?
That's a hard one to explain, because this, I think this series in particular, you've seen it. And I said a moment ago, every time you had a run, you scored 2 in the 6th. You know, they answered it with 2. You score 3 last inning, and they've answered it at least with 1 here, if not more.
I've been keeping track of how many crooked innings that the Rockies have had and how many shutdown innings the Rockies have had. In all the innings that the Rockies have scored, I believe it's 8 different innings they've scored during the season. There's only been 1 shutdown inning this series.
And that's what I'm talking about. You just fight so hard to get that run, or you get 2 runs, 3 runs, and then you immediately give it back up. It's so hard mentally. Because then you come to the point where you start to wonder, well, when's it going to happen again? What's going to happen next?
So Goldschmidt walks on the 3-2 pitch, and it's 1st and 3rd for Jake Lamb.
Third baseman, Jake Lamb.
So Waller bringing a left-hander to face Lamb.
And Chris Russin.
Ten runs tonight, 33 runs for Arizona in the series. It's 10-6 in the 7th. Role has changed of late. Instead of being a long haul guy, and a good one, the Rockies, Walt Weiss, have asked him to pitch some key innings here, or in this particular case, might try to keep it a 4-run game and get a left-handed bat out.
And that's where with this bullpen, it's just kind of evolving at times. You're trying to find that one guy that'll step up and say, I've got this. This is my role. I'll embrace it. And now you're going matchup left on left because of those numbers right there. Jake Lamb hitting 173 against left-handers. With that being said, though, he did have a base hit yesterday against Jorge, and then also on Monday against Tyler Anderson to drive in a couple runs.
Good slider from Russin. 0-1 on Jake Lamb. 0 for 3 and a walk tonight.
And I'd keep throwing him that slider.
And a delayed steal, and now
got him. You
had him. Nolan was closing in on the bag. On the delayed steal, Segura had gotten too far down the line. He was ready to be hung up.
Well, the delay steal works with a left-handed batter at the plate. Piniella pulled this all the time. So delay on the third hop, you start to take off. You know, Tom for a moment dropped down to his knees and got caught but it's not going to matter. It's a ground ball out of the inning. But still, the Diamondbacks score 1 run. More work to do for the Rockies offense, down 6-4 as we head to the top of the 8th.
Arizona. He is the 6th pitcher used tonight by Chip Hale. Usually if you use 6 pitchers, you're not winning. But Arizona is winning by 4 runs.
And especially when your starting pitcher, now we knew he wasn't going to go long, but he leaves after, you know, in the 2nd inning. So he goes 1 inning plus a batter.
Yeah, they were hoping to get 4 out of him in that neighborhood. Descalso, 2-run home run in the 6th, Daniel's 7th of the year. He's got 37 RBIs.
Daniel takes this pitch again. You see this lately. He had it earlier in this series, and now here in the game on Wednesday with another home run.
That's down low, 2-1. Raimel Tapia is on deck. Rear back and fire. 95 was outside. It's 3-2.
A big guy, 6'4", 250 pounds. He's 25 years of age. Also see a hard slider from Enrique.
This ball's lined, but right at Tomas. Hit hard by Descalso. So here comes Raimel Tapia.
Pinch hitting for Chris Russell, number 68, Raimel Tapia.
Tapia played a lot against Arizona in Denver. That's when Charlie was out, and he went 7 for 17 against them.
Also has a few pinch hits under his belt, 1 for 3 on the season. So last couple times the swing's gotten just a tad too big for Tapia.
That's out of play down the left field line. 2 strikes on Ronmel.
Hey, what a catch by the youngster down the line. Caught his glove and just snagged it.
He has the section all to himself.
Well, that's why. He just made sure he didn't have to push anybody out of the way.
19,801. They ain't all here, though.
That was more like 801.
2 strikes. Good coverage on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball up. One ball, 2 strikes. Rockies will bring in Carlos Estevez next half inning. Good slider right on the back foot. That's a tough pitch. 2 outs as we check in once again with Ryan Spilborg. Spilly, what do you have?
We know this has been an offensive series, but the top of the lineup for the Colorado Rockies this week has been incredible. You look at from Charlie to Carlos Gonzalez, 25 for 47. That's a .432 batting average. 16 runs. The Rockies have scored 19 runs this series. You look at the numbers, 12 RBIs. Rockies are still in it when you have these 4 guys hitting. I have not seen anything quite like this in a series.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But as you remarked, unless this changes dramatically here with 4 outs to go, the Rockies are going to get swept despite that tremendous production by the 4th top of the lineup.
It's right now they've scored 20 runs, or 19 runs, excuse me, in the 3 games. But I want to see Charlie hit a double.
If he does, he'll have himself a cycle.
That's what I want to see. Last cycle is Michael Kadires against the Cincinnati Reds. We had Cuddy on earlier this year on our Twitter takeover. It might have been one of those late games. We had maybe a rain delay, and he had to stay up late.
I think you're right. That's outside. Here's what his night looks like visually. He led off the ball game, and he got a hanging breaking ball from Ruby De La Rosa, and he lined it out of the ballpark. Second home run in as many ball games, 27th of the year. This was infield hit, and then here's the triple.
This was just a leg triple.
Not this time. Enrique Burgos, a 1-2-3 eighth inning, a couple of strikeouts. 10-6 Diamondbacks. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 club level tickets by visiting wellsfargo.com/Rockies. 10-6 Arizona leading the Rockies. And Carlos Estevez is in to pitch the bottom of the 8th inning, and a broken bat roller to first. Reynolds will handle it himself, and Tomas is gone on one pitch.
Good start for Carlos. A third of an inning on Monday night. Paul Goldschmidt to ground out his only appearance.
Rockies, when they return home, have tomorrow off. Friday they open up a series against San Diego. Tyler Chatwood scheduled Friday night against Christian Friedrich. How well Friedrich pitched against the Rockies in San Diego. John Gray, Edwin Jackson on Saturday. Chad Bettis, Jared Cozart is scheduled to make that start despite having to leave his last start with a little injury. 1-0, man, that's a good heater at 98.
Well, there they are. Christian Friedrich got the win. It's 7 innings, had 10 strikeouts in that game.
Yeah, 2 evening ball games. And the day game Sunday. Look forward to seeing the Cardinals
It's
next
been a
week.
while.
It's been a while, right?
It's
always
a
fun.
wacky schedule when normally you like to try to face a team, and then it might even be 2 or 3 weeks later, but you still see them in that same calendar month or maybe just right after that. You have to go all the way back. Kind of looking at it here back in May. May 17th, 18th, and 19th. The last time you saw the Cardinals.
Three and 2 on Brandon Drury. 2 for 4 tonight, single and double. Down the line and right, Cargo had to bail out.
Did the right thing, bailing out with your feet. Just go sliding in there. And that bullpen's configured a little different. You got the wall that jets out there, but then it goes back another 2 feet over to the foul pole, and then at a 45 even further out. A lot of tough angles for Cargo to navigate down the line.
And another foul ball. Gene Segura 5 hits at the top of the lineup. Owings has 2. 7 hits. 7 for 10, the first 2 guys in the order for Arizona tonight. Then Goldschmidt's been on twice, single and a walk. Lamb's the only guy, actually, and Tuffy Goswitch, the only 2 guys without a hit. This ball is hit a long way to left center field, and it is gone. Brandon Drury now has hit a home run in 3 straight games. That's his 14th of the year, and it extends Arizona's lead to 11-6.
Been hitting over 400 the last 17 games, and it's going to go higher after tonight. We got a hanging slider on the Subaru Supermo. Gets it out to left center field in the second row of seats.
With that run, Arizona now has scored 34 runs in this series. That's a new franchise best in a 3-game set.
48 hits.
It's the second best 3-day production by a team this year in baseball. Burrito's got a base hit. The Red Sox scored 40 at Fenway in May against the A's in a 3-game series. Tuffy Goswitch been on twice, a walk and a hit by pitch. Mitch Haniger's come out in the on-deck circle to pinch hit. The Rockies don't come back in this one. They'll fall to 500 after the All-Star break.
Leone and Daniel Hudson, their closer up. It's going to make it tough too to get back to that elusive 500 mark. If you don't come back and win this game, you're going to have to go 12-4 over the final 16 games.
Which means you'll have to sweep somebody in the process.
Still have 7 games out on the road, 4 in LA, 3 in San Francisco.
Three and 2 with Brito at first, a run in on the home run by Drury, 1 out. 4 straight innings that Arizona has scored. $16 more hits. They have 49 hits in the series. And ball 4.
There was just a little encouragement there for Nolan.
Number 19, pitch, Haniger.
So this will be Mitch Haniger pinch hitting.
Good fastball.
96 from Carlos Estevez. 1 out, 2 on.
It's like the makeup of this young man.
He has a bright future.
Yes, he
and
does.
we were talking earlier about Hoffman. It's part of the process. Very few guys. I always point out when Clayton Kershaw came up, he had an ERA well over 4 his rookie year. Very, very, very few guys come in and dominate from Jump Street. Just doesn't work that way. And he's had his moments where he has been dominant this year, and now he's trying to find his way through this period. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's foul down the right field line. Three and 2 on Haniger. Good play by Descalso. He's not going to be able to get the force. Great play by Daniel to keep it in the infield. It'll be a hit for Haniger.
What an effort from Daniel. First, just to be able to get over there, snag it, still have an opportunity to get that runner at second base. Stays low. Nolan can't get to it. Daniel reaches it, and then DJ making sure it doesn't go into right field, comes off the bag.
So Gene Segura, who's had a career night, 5 for 5, fouls off the first pitch. And now Murphy will go out and talk to Carlos Estevez.
Good pitch.
On the corner, good pitch at 97, unhittable location. way outside. 1-2.
Smelled the bat like Tapia does after he fouls one off.
Yeah, we noticed that the other day. Some guys do that. And the slider's fouled off.
Just got a piece of it.
Well, when you're locked in and going well, that's what happens. You just nick a pitch like that as opposed to swinging and missing.
Because that had
good pitch.
Late tilt on it. Good pitch, late tilt on it. And he just gets enough of it to foul it off.
Two and two.
The battle going on here between these two.
Next pitch will be number 9.
Carlos doing his part. Segura's fouling off some tough pitches.
Reach back for a little more at 99, but it was too tall. So it's 3-2. Brito's at third, Gozwich at second, and Haniger at first.
Carlos not giving in.
Swung on and missed, and Carlos Estevez wins the battle with Gene Segura. 2 outs. That was quite a battle.
What a battle it was with Carlos coming up money. So he's challenging with this fastball. He gets Segura for the first time tonight. Nice job, Carlos.
And Walt's going to go and get him because the pitch count in the mid-30s for a guy that's a 1-inning guy, and he's a young guy. So he's going to bring on Caracetti to try to get that last out in the 8th. 11-6 the score. want Carlos Estevez to throw any more pitches in that inning. He wins the battle with Segura, and Chris Owings coming up. Matt Caracetti will try to get the Rockies to the dugout.
For Carlos, you're right, Drew. He had 36 pitches. You don't want him to go above that. Going to go up into the 40s. And now an opportunity for Matt.
Shortstop, Chris Owings.
Owings tonight, line out, strikeout, a double, a 2-run home run. That came in the 6th inning, and he was robbed of a hit on a fine play by Nolan. This ball lined to center field, right at Charlie. He's got it, and that's all for the Diamondbacks in the 8th. We'll go to the top of the 9th inning. And it's been a crazy series all year between the Rockies and Diamondbacks. Just a ton of runs. And unfortunately for the Rockies this weekend, Arizona has scored more than the Rockies. Daniel Hudson is on in the 9th inning. DJ will lead things off, then Arenado and Cargo. DJ 2 more hits tonight. He drove in a run in the 7th. He's 2 for 4.
Chance to get after the now closer for the Arizona Diamondbacks and the longest tenured member of the D-backs.
And Hudson with that mid-90s fastball and run it up to 97, 98. As that went over strike 1.
He'll throw a slider about 19% of the time, as well as a changeup 19% of the time to go along with that fastball.
This is toward the hole. Another hit for LeMahieu. Not a baby DJ. He's 3 for 5. In a battle for the National League lead in batting average with Murphy.
Third baseman, Nolan Arenado.
DJ now with 19 3-hit games this year. The only guy with more, by the way, is Gene Segura. Who wants tacos? Fans follow at @RootSports_RM on Twitter to receive alerts for the Rockies taco special when the Rockies score 7 or more runs.
DJ up to 346 now.
Nolan drives this ball to dead center, but it's right at Brito. Man, you can't hit it any harder than that.
Right on the screws, but right to Brito, just standing in his tracks in center field.
Daniel Murphy finished the evening at 347. Cargo drove in a run in the 7th with a base hit. He's at 95 RBIs, 1 for 3 and a walk tonight. He's had his moments against Hudson.
Throwing 97 after 2 Tommy John surgeries.
Missed over 700 days between starts or between appearances in the big leagues.
Tyler Chatwood knows something about that too.
Anybody who goes through that surgery, it is such a long process. Adam Ottavino most recently for the Rockies.
Jairo Diaz is going through it right now.
Yeah. Jairo looks great. He's been
does.
traveling with the club last couple of months. Foul tip, and that was held. 2 outs.
First baseman, Mark Reynolds.
Mark Reynolds tonight, he's 1 for 4. He singled back in the 6th inning. Lined out to short in his last at bat. That slider's in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Up the middle, and that'll get on through. And DJ will go first to third. So Mark Reynolds keeps it alive in the 9th with a base hit, and that'll bring up Gerardo Parra.
2 hits tonight for
Left
Mark.
fielder, Gerardo Parra.
Sneaks it over the head of Daniel Hudson on the sinking fastball. Hudson kind of started to go for it and then just pulled back. Didn't stick the glove up. DJ motoring around to third.
Ball 1 on Gerardo. Gerardo with a sac fly in the 7th. Also a walk tonight in his return to the lineup. Missed a week with the strained hamstring.
That's when he went down almost in the splits at home.
Good eye, 2-0. and 3-0. Gerardo will be taken here. Murphy's on deck. Fouled off by Parra. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Daniel goes with the fastball or the slider.
Swung on and missed, and the Arizona Diamondbacks win it 11-6 tonight. Shipley gets the victories 4-3. Jeff Hoffman takes the loss. He's 0-4, and the season series goes to Arizona 10 games to 9. Rockies fall to 69-77. Arizona's now 61-84. Our Jimmy John's delivery of the game once again provided by Gene Segura. Back-to-back tremendous ball games for the middle infielder for Arizona. Tonight he had another multi-home run game. He had 5 hits as well. Second time